you know, you start painting. What are you doing? You're interested, you keep at it, your name gets to be known.
Like, how are you? Good morning. How are you? Good, good. Project for you. You want? That's not the right attitude. Yes, I'm willing. Yeah, but that's probably good. That's probably good. There was four of them. Four brave souls. There are so many things I tried out. I forgot all you use. It's probably the most I've talked in years. Ever. Go over the AEMT. Figure out what it is about.
Last year, I started to teach you.
Everybody's ready to start?
Anyway, that may be closing up here, coming down in the summer.
Are we ready to get started?
Policy to pledge allegiance. Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
unquote.
Morning, Commissioners. Lord, we come before you today, thanking you for our health, for life. Thank you for our ability to do business. We pray your hand would rest upon our commissioners, strengthen them, give them wisdom that's beyond their own ability. I pray for capacity to be gracious and merciful where needed, and righteous and just where it's needed. Father, we pray that every employee of our county would experience your safety, and we pray that you would place your blessing upon us, and that you would cause your face to shine upon Lynn County. And it's in your name we pray.
Years of being a big man. That's me. Two times.
I'll make a motion to approve
It
the
was,
minutes.
yeah. Great, yeah. Great.
I made a motion to approve the minutes.
Second, the motion to approve the minutes.
Moving second, all in favor?
Aye.
Make a motion to approve the bills in the amount of
It's even.
$612,376.14.
I'll second that motion to pay the bills in that amount.
Moving second, all in favor?
Aye.
We've got kind of a tight schedule to get some of this stuff done today. Got the election campus scheduled at 9:30, and we have to start that before 10, and then we've got budget hearing at 11. And Jessica was wanting to get in pretty early if she could, so she can get done, so.
Thank you.
Jessica, you want to go ahead and come on up and visit?
I'm Jessica Hightower. I'm Economic Development. We have awarded our first one of the CDBG CV grants. It's going to Handwritten Hair Studio in Prescott, and I need signatures on two forms. Well, one form right now from Danny saying that we are going to cut them a check from the grant funds. And then also, we need to take the Regional Planning Commission's fee out of the grant. The first part of it, it's going to be $1,650, and that will come out of, that'll be in this paperwork as well. So the way it's going to work is we awarded her $3,000 for her supplies and utilities and things like that. She doesn't, that's what she asked for, was $3,000. She doesn't have invoices for $3,000 yet. So, where'd it go? We're going to cut her two checks. This one will be $1,940, $1.35, and then she'll get me invoices for the remainder as it comes, as she pays it. It's a reimbursement grant. And Commerce will send the check to Lynn County. Lynn County has to have it issued to Handwritten Hair Studio within 3 business days. So we have to watch for it.
Okay.
So we're gonna wanna go ahead and get our check ready.
Yes,
So we
and
can just
that's,
send it out when we get the money
so
in.
that's true for the Regional Planning Commission check as well. We have to have it out within 3 days.
And I'm sorry, what's the name of the business?
Handwritten Hair Studio
Handwritten.
in Prescott.
Is that Greer?
Yes.
I'm glad you got that taken care of. I know she was kind of worried at first, and she'd reach out to me, and I'd tell her to
It's
get a hold
kind
of you,
it's-
so.
So it's kind of been a frustrating process. She's honestly the only one that I've had complete the application so far. We had, Commerce sent us out a sample application that we built ours off of. It's basically the same application, and then they kept changing the rules. Like every day there was some new rule change, and so we had to keep asking for more information from, well, Mariah. And it's kind of been a long process. I'm anticipating that it will get smoother as we go along and they stop changing rules every 2 days.
Good.
But this one was it was kind of frustrating for everybody involved. And I really couldn't do anything to make it better because it was Commerce.
Several apps. Several other apps.
I've got one more that's coming, yeah. But you need to sign out.
You have to make a motion on that?
Yeah. Make a motion to allow Danny to sign this application. Environmental review record. What is this? What's it called? What should we call it?
CDBG-CV. grant.
Okay.
I know. That's what the grant is.
Handwritten.
You need to vote on block grant.
20 CV 039. You can hand that back to you. That's my motion.
Second.
Moving second, all in favor?
This is part of the,
And
this,
then this one, this is a authorized signature
What's
form.
this, then?
No. Yeah,
2
17.
people to sign this who are on the, listed, we're on what we sent to the state as authorized signers. But I don't know, I didn't get copies of that paperwork, I didn't know who sent it.
what was the total amount of the grant that we received for this?
132,000.
32,000.
I usually call it, I'm guessing I was one of them.
So maybe you're,
I think that would be fine.
and then I need 10, 15 minutes or
If you can get me something to cut those checks off of, some type, something I use for an invoice, we can go ahead and get them ready. So when we get that money in, we'll be able to get it right out.
Yeah, I think these will work. I don't know. I'll send you this because I've got an invoice from Regional Planning. And then I've got a spreadsheet showing that we're gonna pay, how much we're gonna pay this time to Mariah, so I think it'll work. You guys have anything for me?
I have a few questions. So I've been getting a lot of phone calls over about the school. Which grant money is that?
Spark funding?
It's Spark funding.
Yeah, what-
And so I'm on that committee. There's a committee of 7 or 8 of us that made the decisions on where we're gonna spend that money. And the way it worked was, we spent it for county funds first and then, county projects,
Right.
first, and then after that it was, non-county projects, so.
I think we're gonna get quite a bit deeper into that in a little bit, aren't we?
Yeah, I've got
Oh,
a
okay.
bunch of information on that I wanted to talk about with you guys today because we've got some, I don't know, not necessarily disagreements, but some discussion on where to cut different things to get us down to the limit that we've got on it. And I thought it would be good if
That's all I have.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Get the feeling better. You want to go do that? The election canvas?
Supposed to get out of here probably, and then
Kevin, you want to share with us? Yeah, we're ready. Go ahead.
Morning, Commission. Kevin Friend, Lynn County Sheriff. Total prisoners in this morning are 19. We have 13 in-house and 6 farmed out. This past week, we had 108 911 calls and 336 calls for service. So it was a little bit slower week than we've experienced over the last few. Last week, we did have the tax foreclosure sale. That was pretty successful. We had a load of folks show up for that. Actually had to move people in and out of the building so we could social distance them as well as we could. And Gary done a great job with helping with that and making announcements. So that was a great deal. And then we this last week we also had a project in the jail where we had Jack's people come in and help us do some remodification to some of our cells where we were able to shut, close, and lock the bean holes in the cells to keep people from throwing things and stuff like that. So that was a great project. I appreciate Jack and his staff for helping us with that. They took care of that quickly, and it looks really nice. So that's all I have. You guys have anything for me?
Thank
you.
Thank
You
you.
get,
Have a good day.
Chris, you get that? Okay. Thanks for the report, Kevin.
AMR. Sorry, I didn't.
Good morning. Galen Anderson with American Medical Response. So far for the month, for the last 7 days, we're at 15 transports. And month to date, we're at 35 transports. So it remains pretty steady and busy as far as the ambulance operation is concerned. We're conducting 4 interviews today for applicants for our supervisor position that's currently open, and then 1 more on Wednesday, so it's looking to be a good competitive process. And then one of our ambulances is out of service. The transmission went out, one of the Ford Transit models, and it's up at our Kansas City fleet garage to get the transmission replaced. And in the meantime, one of our ambulances from the Kansas City fleet is down here to back it up. So that's all we have going on. Anything for me?
Hey, for the meeting up there, the AEMT medication listed, get voted to move forward through legislation.
Yeah, excellent,
You'll see that.
excellent. Well, have a good week.
Thank you. You too. Do we need to go ahead and go over there?
well, no, we'll start here, but if you want to, I mean,
Go
if you
ahead.
want to do Jessica's deal, we could probably get that done and be just about time to start the canvas.
Yeah. Let's. All right. Yeah.
Did you want Tish?
Oh yeah, Tish. So I didn't even see you sitting there. Sorry.
Do my best. Good morning, Tisha Coleman, Lynn County Health Department Director. As of Thursday at 5 p.m., our COVID numbers were 46 with 9 active. As of this morning, after this weekend, we've gone up 4 new cases. Just want to let you know, KDHE did amend their travel-related quarantine list. They removed Florida, but did add for out-of-state travel mass gathering events of 500 people or more. I want to thank you for the Cepheid purchase machine or the approval to purchase the machine for expanded testing. I'll be working on a grant this week that needs to be submitted by Friday for expanded testing as well. So just the purchase of that equipment now gives us the opportunity to better serve Lynn County. Then I will need 10 minutes for personnel.
And that equipment is gonna be able to get us where we can test and have our own results back within
Within an hour.
an hour, which is gonna relieve a lot of the running with the tests and the samples for you. Is that correct, Kevin?
That's how I understand.
Gives us faster turnaround results. Yeah.
Didn't it come in way under what we had, or what Doug had anticipated?
Close
I
to
think
the
that,
30.
yeah, it was around 30,000. But I think that we allocated or have extra money in there, or up to 50,000 was for the cartridges that you do for the
Oh, okay.
actual testing. So, yeah.
Do you had a time frame on whenever you'll be able to get that, the machine?
We
Was
do
it-
not.
Oh, 90 days.
Yeah, 90 days. So, anyway, that's it.
Good trip.
Yes.
Well, Jessica's needing to do a 5-minute legal.
Trade secrets.
10 minutes,
Trade
15 minutes?
You had,
10.
you get them in before our 9:30 canvas.
So it. I thought you said. How many? 10?
So it'll be,
Well, and I think as long as we start before 10, we're okay. It's just, we gotta keep moving because we got a lot to get done.
All right, so we're going to executive session for
10 minutes for trade secrets.
10 minutes for trade secrets.
you wanna do Tish's
You want
15?
dishes too?
What did you need?
I said 10.
For what?
Personnel.
Yeah, let's do that too.
Yeah, 25 minutes.
You need a motion and a vote.
My motion.
Second, move second, all in favor?
Aye.
Usually don't stop now.
That's the green book. I don't know what it is. KPI. I don't know this letter. What is this one? I don't know. Kansas City.
It's the KPI.
Is the code.
Today is the one that I'll need to sign. They've got the numbers.
That's resolutions 2020-18. You want to read it, Gary? Or?
I sure can. Resolution recognizing the work of the employees of Lynn County Health Department and Lynn County Emergency Management, and declaring a countywide day of appreciation in their honor. Whereas the nation has faced a significant challenge and threat as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, and whereas Lynn County, like other counties in Kansas throughout the country, has borne a major part of the burden of action and leadership in dealing with the pandemic, and whereas the Lynn County Health Department, under the leadership of Director Tisha Coleman, and Lynn County Emergency Management, under the leadership of Director Doug Bartlett, have been on the front lines of the effort to protect the citizens of Lynn County and to minimize the effect of the COVID-19 virus. And whereas the effort and hard work of the employees of the Health Department and Emergency Management have been successful in limiting the impact of the virus on the people of the county and keeping the county ahead of the curve in protecting the people of the county. And whereas, despite criticism and resistance by some members of the public and media, the employees of the Lynn County Health Department, Lynn County Emergency Management, and it should say there, and other departments of the county, have worked tirelessly, diligently in the face of adverse conditions to serve Lynn County by providing care and guidance in opposing the virus and its impacts. Whereas it is the desire of the Board of County Commissioners to recognize the hard work and sacrifice of the staff of Lynn County Health Department and Lynn County Emergency Management, and to express their appreciation for all that these employees have done for the county. Now therefore, the Board of Commissioners of Lynn County, Kansas hereby declares Monday, August 24, 2020, a countywide day of appreciation for the staff of Lynn County Health Department, the staff of Lynn County Emergency Management, and hereby urges citizens of Lynn County to express their thanks and encouragement to the staff members of Lynn County Health Department and Lynn County Emergency Management for all their hard work and sacrifice, and to offer their support for the future burden of work and sacrifice faced by those employees as Lynn County, or as the COVID-19 pandemic continues to be a threat to the people of the county. Resolved the 17th day of August 2020 by the Board of County Commissioners of Lynn County. David, I will make a couple changes to this and get it to.
Topographical.
Yeah, a couple typos there.
Okay, so don't worry about the one I gave you to sign.
So we'll have to actually sign it next week.
Okay, but we'll go ahead and make a motion to pass resolution 2020-18.
I'll second your motion.
Moving second, all in favor?
Aye.
Additionally, I'd like to make a motion that we approve overtime, retroactive overtime for anybody that's, by that I mean up till, what was the last pay period, last,
Without looking back, I don't know what that date was.
the last pay period.
This is for exempt employees who are spending time on the COVID response.
Right, and it should be grant reimbursable.
The last pay period we had, or the last?
Last pay period we had.
Okay.
Supposed to happen last week, so.
Yeah, we got paid Friday, so that was the 14th, the last pay period ended the 7th. So you're talking the one that started then
The 7th,
on
or whatever.
Is that, did you make a motion?
That was my motion.
I'll second that motion. Moving second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, David?
okay,
What was that resolution number, David?
18.
18. Okay, so we need to do the canvas. We will want to recess from the Board of Commission meeting and reconvene as the Board of Canvassers. Oftentimes, commissioners that have been on the ballot have not been on the Board of Canvassers. There's nothing that says you can't, and neither one of you had a very close race this time. But if you want to appoint others to do that. I know Andy said he would volunteer, and I believe Courtney said she would, so that's up to you guys. But first, we need a motion to recess from the commission meeting and convene as the Board of Canvassers.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Move and second, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, I'd like to do some research on the floodplain on that other deal while you guys do that. So Courtney, if you don't mind.
Okay, so then that would be my next question is, are Mike and Danny, are you gonna stay on the Board of Canvassers, or do you want to appoint someone to take your place?
I'd like to appoint Courtney.
I don't really know what I need to do. What do you, I mean, what?
Well, if you don't want to be part of the Board of Canvassers because you were on the ballot, you can appoint someone to fill in for you, or you can do it. It doesn't matter. I mean, that's up to you.
I mean, what do you think? I mean, does it look?
No, there's nothing close about it. If the number of votes in the contingent votes could make a difference, then I would definitely say you need to withdraw. But what was it? There's not even close.
Yeah, it's nowhere close. So.
I don't think so. If yeah, it should be fine, really.
I think it's probably a good experience for you to do it,
Oh,
and
yeah.
I don't think there's any reason not to.
Yeah, if it's all right, Stan, I would.
Okay,
Just
so
go
with
with
that, then if one of you could make a motion to appoint Courtney to replace Mike.
I'll make a motion that we appoint Courtney to replace Mike for the canvas.
Second.
Move and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so Courtney, if you want to come on up.
And you can?
So I have results to go over with you. We've got provisionals to talk about.
Are we spreading everything out on the desk again?
Yeah, probably. So, for starters, let me give three of you a copy of our abstract, and we'll go through some of those numbers. All right, so just a couple of things to talk about before we get too far into this. There are precinct committee man and committee woman positions on here at this time. They are actually elected in the primary. They don't go on to a general. Several of those positions did not have people that filed, but they have to have at least 5 write-in votes to win that race. So if no one in it had less, or had 5 or more, then no one wins that election. But then the party chairs can appoint people to fill those positions. The other thing we had is township officers this time, and they are being nominated for the general ballot. They're not elected at this one, but they would have to have at least 3 write-in votes to qualify. So we'll look at those as we go through. Another thing we have is, starting last year, there was a new requirement at the state level that we do an audit of a small percentage of our election results. The audit has to be a hand count. The Secretary of State assigned us which races we would audit, and then we did a random selection of precincts to audit with those races. They assigned us the Democratic race for U.S. Representative, the Republican race for State Representative, 4th District, and then they gave us a list of all possible county races, and we were to just go down that list until we hit one that we had a contest in. The first one we hit was the Republican race for county attorney. So we then did a random selection of a precinct to audit. The first precinct that came up was Blue Mound, and the Blue Mound precinct fit all of those races, so we didn't have to pick any more precincts. So we had a board come in Friday morning, went through all of the ballots that were from Blue Mound precinct on election day that were counted that night, and had them review our results with their hand count. So this is the result of that. They matched exactly with our machine counts on every race. So that completed our audit. We've already sent this in to the Secretary of State, and they've responded that everything looked fine. So that completes that requirement that we have to do. Okay, so probably the next thing I want to do is I want to go through these abstracts, and we'll just review the grand total numbers. I have some rulers here if you guys want to try to look at that, because the name's going to be on the far left and the totals are going to be on the far right, and that one's probably not really long enough to get you there. So the first races I have, I'm on the Democratic abstract, which probably is a few pages down because it goes through all the Republicans on one set, and then it's through all the Democrats. And I'm reading off what our machine counted, and then we had a few hand counts because ballots wouldn't run through the machines. So Cindy has written that total in, including the hand count, in red on my sheet. So I will read totals to you, and I just want you to match up over in the totals column at the far right to make sure we agree on the totals for each race. So for U.S. Senate on Democrats, I have Barbara Bollier with 289, and I have Robert Leon Tillman with 66. Then U.S. Representative 2nd District, I have Michelle De La Ilsa with 197, and I have James K. Windholtz with 141. State Senate 12th District, I have Mike Bruner with 294. State Representative 4th District, I have Bill Meyer with 270. State Representative 5th District, I have Roger Sims with 54. Then on the commission, those are all write-ins, I believe, on District 2. So I don't have any totals to read there until we get into the write-in sheets. On Commissioner District 3 on the Democratic, I have Charlene Sims with 112. Okay, then we're going to drop on down a ways clear to County Sheriff before we have other names that were on the ballot, which I think is at the bottom of your first page. For Sheriff, I have Leroy McConico with 237, and I have Scott Polster with 113. All right. Then we're going to drop down to, see, now mine gets a little out of order because I've got precinct and township officers. Looks like the next thing I have that's not a write-in is, let me find it here. Maybe clear down to the precinct before I have any. I have precinct committee man for Liberty Township. I have Roger Sims with 41. For committee woman, I have Charlene Sims with 42. Then I go down to committee man for Lincoln Township. North Lincoln, I have James Burke with 56. For committee woman, I have Beverly Burke with 58. Then I have precinct for Mound City. For committee man, I have Billy Dick with 43. I have Lena Dick with 44. if I go to Scott Township, I have George Teagarden with 26. And for committee woman, I have Loretta Teagarden with 25. For Sheridan Township committee man, I have Bascom Ratcliffe with 10. And then I go down to Stanton Township committee woman. I have Melody Levitt with 4. And I think that's it on the committee positions. So then we're ready to go to the Republican results. So we will start with U.S. Senate. And I believe Lance Berland is the first one you have listed. My report's in a different order the way it comes out of the machine, so I'll start with what you have. But I have Lance Berland with 28. I have John L. Berman with 2. I have Derek C. Ellis with 15. Bob Hamilton, 830. Chris Kobach, 721. David Allen Lindstrom, 94. Roger Marshall, 325. Brian Matlock, 18. John Miller, 14. Steve Roberts, 41. And Gabriel Mark Robles with 6. Then we go to U.S. Rep 2nd District. We have Jake LaTurner, 894. Dennis Taylor, 164. Steve Watkins, 995. State Senate 12th District, Karen Tyson, 1,980. State Rep 4th District, Harlan Briggs, 407. Trevor Jacobs, 1286. State Rep 5th District, I have Mark Powell with 193, Mark Samsel, 131. Commissioner District 2, I have Daniel McCullough with 463, Michael White, 238. District 3, I have Shannon Batchelor with 166, James C. Johnson, 421, Mike Page, 245. County Clerk, David Lamb, 1,983. Treasurer, Janet Cleveno, 1,972. Register Deeds, Christy Smiths, 1,985. County Attorney, James Brunn, 588. Burton Harding, 1489. Sheriff, I have Kevin Friend, 1,700. Patrick Huntley, 377. And then we get into township races. So this one, we do have people on some of these for township officers and for precinct. And I will try to jump back and forth on my list so we can go in the order you have them, if that works for you. Blue Mound trustee, Holly Ann Yates, 100. Treasurer, Brenda Beth, 98. Committee man, Carl Kempinger, 103. Committee woman, Blanche Kempinger, 97. Centerville, it's all write-ins on the trustee, with David Eastwood having the most write-ins at 8. For township treasurer, Brenda Connor, 120. Precinct committee man, Edwin McGrew, 123. Committee woman, Ruth McGrew, 123. We go to Liberty Township. Hines, 162. Committee man, Tim Tyson, 175. Committee woman, Christy Schmitz, 82. Karen Tyson, 113. Lincoln Township trustee, I have Michael Van Black, 378. For treasurer, Mindy Steyer, 372. The committee man position and committee woman position are all write-ins, and no one received the required votes unless they have more in the provisionals that we'll get to. So we'll go on to then South Lincoln committee man. Steve Heisel, 94. Linda Jo Heisel for committee woman, 94. Mound City Township trustee, Kathy Workman, 365. Township treasurer, Carol Wood, 373. Committee man, Ernest Trott, 364. Edna Trott, 351. Paris, at the moment we have a tie for township trustee on write-ins between Carmen Self and James Rolla Kerr with 3 votes each. We'll have to wait and see what happens with the provisionals to see if there's a winner there. Township treasurer, Jean Peterson, 101. Committee man, Darrell Nation, 105. Committee woman, Jacqueline Taylor, 88. Go to Potosi for trustee. I have Joyce Hazelbaker, 380. For treasurer, Steve Ellis, 387. Committee man for North Potosi, find it on my list. Mike Frisbee, 89. Mike Bourbon, 112. Committee woman, Joyce Hazelbaker, 190. For South Potosi, committee man, I have Richard Miller, 181. And committee woman, Janet Cleveno, 186. No candidates for Scott Township trustee that were not write-ins. Township treasurer, I have Arlene Mick with 125. Did not have a committee man, and there's no one with more than 1 vote. For committee woman, I have Jane Wade with 132. Then we go to Sheridan Township. It's all write-ins on trustee and treasurer, with 2 being the most anyone got. We go to committee man, Brian Lowe, 108. Nicole Lowe, 105. Then we have Stanton, and again, it's write-ins for trustee and treasurer, with no one being more than 1 vote. Committee man and committee woman are write-ins, and it looks like no one has more than 1 vote on that. We have Valley Township. There were no votes for trustee or treasurer or precinct committee man. We had some write-ins for precinct committee woman, but it was 2 votes and 1 vote, so that's not enough to qualify for that. And I do not see it on this sheet, which Cindy likes to find another one for the Prairie View School. Well, here it is. It's at the end of the Democratic sheet. There is a list that shows the results of the USD 362 bond election. You guys spotted that?
Yep.
I have 630 yes and 439 no. So if you guys agree with all those totals, we will say we're good on that, and until we look at provisionals. So on the provisionals, get back to our sheet here. You're not gonna have anything that shows totals on them yet. These are the ones we'll have to go across the street. We had a total of 92 provisional ballots. Cindy and Amanda have been reviewing these based on what's on the envelope to see if they should count or not. There are several reasons whether they should or shouldn't, but what she has is 54 should be counted, and some of those may be partial counts depending on what ballot style is in the envelope, and we won't know that till they're opened. She has 4 listed that are definitely going to be partial counts as part of that total because they voted in the wrong precinct. So we can't count the races from the wrong precinct, but we could count countywide, statewide races. And then we have 38 that we were saying should not count. 23 of those were not registered voters. 1 did not provide photo ID. 11 voted the wrong party. And 3 had no affiliation cards. So with the wrong party for primary, you cannot switch from Democrat to Republican or Republican to Democrat, so we were not able to count those. With the no affiliation, if you had someone that came in to vote that was not registered with the party, they could fill out an affiliation card on that day and vote with that party, but on these, we didn't have the cards. So we're not able to count those. So my recommendation would be that we should not count 38 of these ballots and to count the remaining 54 provided the correct ballot style is in the envelope. If you 3 are in agreement with that, I would just need a motion to do that.
Hey, just for clarification, you're not the only one that determined that, right? You had,
We've got a list
A whole
of
people
state
that-
guidelines on how to determine those, and
but there was more than one of you that looked at that.
Cindy and Amanda went through and did the work on it, and then I reviewed it after they had done
That's
it.
what, just wanted to hear that, I knew that, but I'll make a motion that we accept the recommendations from the election officer on the provisional votes.
Second. Move second, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, with that, all those envelopes with provisionals are over in the back room next to my office, so we need to go over while those are opened. My thought would be, have you guys there, especially while the ones that we don't know whether to count them or not, come out of the envelopes so we can verify if they should be counted or not. Then we have a board over there that's ready to run those through the machine and count them. There's really no point in you guys staying there to wait on all those printouts because it's a county-wide, it will take 20 or 30 minutes just for the printout to run when we're done.
Okay.
But we'll go over and you guys can be there while we look at all the envelopes, open them. The ones that we're saying not to count, we won't even open those envelopes. We never look at those ballots. They just get sealed up. So if you're ready for that, we can head across the street and do that and then come back and get into the rest of the meeting. And let me send Cindy a message that we're on our way. Anyone else that wants to come over while we're doing that is welcome. That's all. Open information too.
Good to see it. You haven't seen it before.
And then we'll come back and then we have budget hearing scheduled at 11. It could be a little later if we have to. Can, it's not really an executive, but
say we're non-registered voters?
And it's less than 28, they don't have to.
Kelly, and just went,
But if it's.
and actually our numbers changed on how many we're counting after we were
I
over
had
there.
that question.
We had 23 that were not registered.
Yeah.
Did we lose Mike somewhere?
He was in the executive room last I seen him.
That's crazy. How does a non-registered voter vote?
Well, it doesn't count.
Those don't even mark
They
it.
walk in and say, I want to vote. You say,
I
you
tried.
gotta show up deregistered, then they let them file, do a provisional ballot. They keep it separate, they put it in an envelope, keep it separate, and then these guys decide whether it's counted or not before it's open.
And
Good enough for everybody, Danny?
See, that thing's full when we start, but at the end of the day,
They get mad at
Danny's
me
eating
for.
it off?
I am.
okay, those people who were not registered by doing a provisional, now they are registered because they have to fill out a registration card to do that.
I see.
So,
Just curious.
yeah, but we have that in every election. There's somebody that's not registered that comes in.
Not that I didn't want to talk, I didn't even make it out to vote, so there you go.
What?
So,
you got that back on?
Election day is
Yeah.
Tuesday, is the layout day of the paper.
Reconvene
That-
and
it just-
yeah, let me just announce one thing. After all the ballots were, or the envelopes were opened over there, we found 3 more that we were not able to count because they were not the right ballot style or not the right party in the envelope. So we're going to end up with 51 that we can count and 41 that we cannot count. So with that, we are ready to adjourn the Board of Canvassers meeting and reconvene the Board of Commission meeting. We can have a motion to do that.
My motion.
Second.
Move second, all in favor?
Aye.
Did you say 41 and 51, right?
51 yes.
Is that appropriate
41 no.
since I wasn't on board of canvassers?
well, you're voting to,
Reconvene?
actually, that's a good question.
Probably not. We probably ought to retract that.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second that motion.
Okay.
Move second, all in favor?
Aye.
Yeah, that's better.
Okay, so
Unbelievable
the
session.
ladies that are over there working on those now are running them through the machine. We've got a board there watching all of it. And then they'll get a printout when it's all done. And like I say, that printout takes forever because it goes through every race, every party. So Cindy will put all that information on the abstract and we'll just bring it back over next week for you to sign off on. But if there was, I know, one township race or precinct on there that was tied at the moment, if that doesn't change, we will have to contact the people that are tied, let them know when we're gonna break the tie, give them the opportunity to be there if they want to.
And that's a simple coin
That's
flip.
a coin flip, draw a name out of a hat, just something by lot is the way they list that. But we'll deal with that after we find out for sure where it came out, because there might be a provisional that would break that tie, and we won't have to worry about it. All right, so, the budget hearing is scheduled for 11, so I don't think we should start that before 11, because that was a public notice that we would start then. If we happen to be a little after 11, it's not gonna hurt anything, we just don't wanna do it before then. So I think at that point, we're just ready for whatever you wanna get back into in your meeting now.
Chris, do you have anything? All right. Jackie?
Jackie Messer, Public Works Administrator. Had a few things here today. We're still working on our chip seal. This week we're going to do about 5-6 miles is what we've got left. We're going to start back on that tomorrow. We've completed about 55 miles. We're going to be working North Thomas out of Pleasanton, Umpenhauer, between 1100 and 1350, Tucker Road south of 52. That's pretty much, and then we're, of course, we're mowing, trying to get caught up on such.
All the mowers up.
Mostly. I think one keeps breaking pretty regular, but yeah, we're.
The tractor.
Is it the yellow one?
No, it was at LS.
Oh.
keep having trouble with
The older one?
no, it's not that old. It just doesn't seem to be as durable.
What kind is it?
LS.
The one from Prescott we bought.
Oh, we're not talking about brush mowers, are we?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I do need a 10-minute personnel.
What about ditches? Are we still working on ditches?
We're still working on ditches. We're, with the asphalt kicking off again tomorrow, we've had a lot of people with vacation and such. We're still running 1 or 2 blades in each district every day, working ditches.
And do we have any more part-time people still mowing?
We have 2 of them, and they're about ready to run out of hours. I have one that I'm going to interview this week, but we're about out of part-time people.
Okay.
So we're going to have to start shutting trucks down, and that's the reason this week, if we get through the chip seal, we'll start getting people back that we can put in the mowers, because we are pretty far behind on it. This recent rain kind of kicked it up pretty good.
Okay.
But I need a 10-minute personnel, probably 5 legal.
So
And then I'll
15
have more
minutes?
back there maybe.
I'll make a motion that we go into executive session with Jackie for 10 minutes personnel and 5 minutes legal, total 15 minutes.
Second.
Move second, all in favor?
Aye. Sure, are you talking again later? You got something else?
No, well, we have
I seen something at 11:30, what was that?
the spark stuff.
No.
I did.
Yeah. And that's the NCRF.
What?
CRF. It's all, like there's,
Can't remember what?
I get them all mixed up.
well, and the thing of it is, they're all, I mean, they're all the same, they all just, I mean, they are what they aren't. Spark is the committee, right?
Well, Spark is the state
There's no action on that. Jackie, go ahead.
Yeah, I had one more thing. I wanted to, and I didn't write this stuff down. I wanted to hire 2 people. We have 3 vacancies in Public Works right now. The first one's a noxious weed director. I would like to hire, it's an internal transfer from the Sheriff's Department, David Southwick as the director. And I don't remember the rate on that. It was like 1542 or something. It was what
9A is 154206.
That's what it was, 9A.
Was there any commitments, like after he got his license?
Yes.
And all that,
That was, I spoke to him about it. I said, you don't have any of the license, and the state agreed to let us train him up. And I said, each time you take a step, you get your license, your director's license, and your spray license. We will readdress it because we normally start directors out around 18 and a half.
Okay.
And he was good with that. And then I also put in there that I wanted him to get the pesticides license so we could start, or have the option of start spraying our own buildings and do, what we used to call it, pesticides, or the rats, the mitigation. So this is just an entry-level step while he trains up. The second one that I wanted to hire is a gentleman named Donnie Snyder for the blade operator over in Blue Mound.
Would it be better to just do one of these at a time?
One at a time? Okay.
I make a motion that we hire, at your recommendation, the gentleman at the rate of pay that you put out there.
David, that's David Southwick, right?
Yes.
At 1542.06?
Yes.
Okay, I'll second that motion.
Move second, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, sorry, go ahead.
And the next one is Donnie Snyder. He has a lot of equipment experience. He's an over-road Class A. I interviewed him a week or so ago.
Is he internal or not?
No, it'd be external.
You have it.
That's the 15. I should have written it down. I got it in there. Where we normally start.
On operator 2 would be anywhere from
1544.
the range we just put Southwick in is in the operator 2 range.
So 9A,
So same,
Yes.
154206, that what it was?
yeah.
In which district you gonna run in?
He'll be working for Harry. He'll be running the blade out of Blue Mound. Todd was moved up to the asphalt foreman. And this is the vacancy we had there.
In his spot, the gentleman, Donnie
Snyder?
Snyder at 154206.
Yes.
My motion.
Second, moving second, all in favor?
Aye.
I think that's all.
You have 3 vacancies or 2?
I have one more, but I do not have a candidate for it yet. It's a truck driver out of the North Shop.
That's it.
That's the one that Charles Schultz.
Have you ever heard anything else? Have you ever heard anything else on the Xena Road Bridge? Is that, where are we at on that?
I get a call from them periodically. I got a call from them last week or week before last wanting more pictures and more information, and I went and got it. They're supposed to come out this fall and look at it, but it's just absolutely amazing trying to communicate with somebody. There's 4 corners of a bridge, and it's like, this is A, B, C, D, and then they'll write me back, well, which one is C and which one has the damage? Well, this one's a picture of it that has the damage. We're all on the same page finally, so.
Are you working with Patrick or?
No, I'm working with Federal Highways Direct. Patrick is kind of in the background pushing and helping get it addressed. They just flat cut too many corners. And Federal Highways isn't normally known for that, but they sure cut corners on this one.
Are we connected with Maple Creek Ranch on the road?
I saw him drive by this morning, but I'm gonna give him a call this week. And I haven't heard another word back from him. So-
You did call him, or you
No, I did not call him. I missed it. But I saw it when he drove by this morning. I thought, I should have called him last week. But I need to follow up and find out.
Can you please do that?
Yes.
Everything else going good?
Yep.
Thank you, Jack.
We'll be working with BG again this week because we do have to finish up the grant request by the 31st of August. So we're looking at that Humpenauer Bridge, that historic arch bridge, is going to be our submittal. So.
Which that's a fracture critical, it's gotta be a fracture critical bridge, does it not?
It's up, yeah.
It's one of the two that we have, or three?
What was the second one, Mike?
Budget hearing is good for her.
Second.
Yeah.
You said there's two
Wait
bridges.
for her about 6 minutes.
It's not the one at Hills Bend.
Plus, there's a lot of questions.
No,
on budget. I don't think we're gonna come
That
out.
one's on there, but it scores so horrible that we
Could be.
decided to drop out and try this other one, see if it'll do a better job.
Is it not scour critical?
It is, but it's just because there's not enough population back there, it just won't score.
Right.
I think it's gone in 4 or 5 times in a row, and they're saying you're,
There's a lot of difficulties in that one.
yeah, they said, try something else, so that's what they're doing. The contract, I'll start working on the contract here pretty soon for the on-call engineer for the next 2 years, because that'll run out in January.
And certainly, that's, BG.
BG, Jason Hopkins.
How's our bridge inspection working? That guy doing all
They're
right?
all done, yeah, we've got them all done for this year.
See if there's.
The biannual
Right
that's
now,
Harrison did.
Ted Bruner's responsible. Are you good, Jack?
Thank you.
This time, we're gonna open up, before
sure.
we talk to Deb, open up for public comment. Anybody got anything? Nope, okay. Deb, are you ready for us?
I am.
Okay. How long do you need?
We can have our budget hearing, couldn't we?
We could. It won't take long, probably.
Shouldn't take long.
Go ahead.
You wanna get
Yeah,
the
let's go ahead and
budget
do that, and then we'll get
hearing?
a hold of
So,
Deb.
if you're ready to do the budget hearing, I need, first of all, just have the chair state that the budget hearing is open
The budget hearing is open.
and ask for public comment.
Any public comment on the budget hearing? No comment.
Close public comment.
Okay, so if there's no public comment, then you can just state that the hearing is closed.
The hearing is closed.
All right. I have copies, or I have a full copy of the budget. I've got 2 or 3 extra signature pages here. I also have 3 resolutions to go with this. One for rural fire, one for cemetery 1, and one for cemetery 5, because those are all special districts that are within our budget that are going over what their limit was on the tax lid, so we have to pass a resolution to do that. They are not subject to the election requirement like we would be with the county budget to go over. So rural fire wasn't increased, but we went down on the rest of the county, so between the 2 of them, we're down less than 1/10 of a mil, or right around 1/10 of a mil. So I would need resolutions 2020-19, 20, and 21 approved.
I'll make a motion that we approve resolution 2020-19, 20, and 21, supporting our budget proclamation.
I'll second that. Moving second, all in favor?
Aye.
And then I have the budget itself here. Is there anything else you guys want to look at on the budget or discuss? 2 weeks ago, we talked about it. We made some changes. I made those changes on the budget form and published it. So at this point, you could come down on budgets if you want to. You cannot go up without republishing and holding a new hearing and delaying things on that, which I don't really want to get into. But
Did you have a lot of pushback or any pushback from our
pretty much
section
silence
is?
on budget the last 2 weeks.
Okay. No comments?
Next year, is it possible to, people that get funds from us, is it possible to have them come in more than just one time a year during budget and ask for some money? Can they come in and give us an update of what they got going on?
Come in however often you guys want them to come in.
What would you look at?
I don't know, I'd like to, I mean, I would like to just kind of hear how things are going with the funds that we distribute, and as soon as we'll talk about, I just think that would be,
I mean, that's, you guys as the board of commissioners are the ones approving their budgets and their funds, and if you want more frequent reports, I don't see anything wrong with that at all. It's just a matter of scheduling them to come in. And
maybe that's something we can discuss more in detail here in the next, when we have the year.
Monthly, David generates that report, and those percentages are on there to kind of help you keep in mind that what you'll see, and if you follow those trendings, is right at the beginning of the year, there's a pretty much of a cash outflow, whether it's due to benefits or insurances, or at the park it might be inventory. They reduce some inventory accountability and then re-upped it, but there always is if you look at January, you think, well, we should have an 8%. You're not. You will have the first month or two will be 15-20%, and then, but at the end of the year, of course, it's the same way right at the end of the year. There's people that are holding funds, and maybe even not necessarily holding funds, buying something they don't need, but they're holding funds, making sure they're bridging what they need to do before they make any capital outlays or purchases or anything like that. If you follow those trends monthly, see something on there you're curious about, just ask.
No, it just kind of goes back to, like, the Historic Society and museums and stuff. I think that, beyond, clarification of, what's happening within, it might be a way for them to come in and explain what they got going on within the community. It might help bring, people, come help them do donation stuff, whatever. So it's just an idea. So.
I can tell you that since you mentioned historic societies, years and years, they traveled on 24,000 and almost virtually no revenues. And I mean, everything's 100% volunteerism, but I mean, barely keeping the electric and the propane on. You don't encourage districts or anybody to increase their taxation, but we finally said, are you sure that we don't need to, because they've been working on that budget for decades. And I think it was increased to $40,000 to help bridge through that. Of course, there's always, if you'll trend the senior communities and that, there's always a few people disgruntled with maybe the way that allocation works, but it does work. And probably a little more communication would probably help that. But anyway, it was very thin, very, very thin forever.
if there's no other comments or suggestions on budget, we do need a motion to approve the county and special districts budget as published.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Moving second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So with that, I've got some copies here for you guys to sign. I like to get more than one signed original on that, because sometimes we get requests for original signatures. So there are 3 kind of sticking out here, and then there's one that's attached to the rest of the budget. If you guys want to go through and sign all those, you can sign them. And that wraps up budget. Now I know, well, November's when the statements will go out. Around the 1st of October, I think is when I'll get a second valuation from the state, and we'll cut off anything the appraiser's doing at that point and lock in our values to calculate tax levies. And
Right here?
yeah, where it says governing body there. So we are, middle of August, about a month and a half from now, I'll be back into working on abstracts and getting it all ready so we can have tax statements printed by the 1st of November and Janet can get them out. Typically, the evaluation changes some between the summer and the fall when we finalize that, but there's changes all the time. There's ads and debates that you guys sign, and state assessed, we frequently get second valuation notices in the fall, and sometimes there's significant changes on them, so we just have to wait for it to come out at this point and see where we end up.
Is that all you had?
I think so, till we get to the spark discussion.
We need to close the hearing.
Yeah, they're already closed. So I think, Deb, you were gonna need some executive session for personnel, correct?
All right. I'll
How
make,
much time you need? Yeah, there you 15.
I'll make a motion that we go in executive session with Deb Bruner for 15 minutes personnel.
I'll second.
Move second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Should be 4 signatures there.
take action on that pay raise?
Yeah, you'll have to. David's got the details.
We don't need her though?
Huh?
We don't need her?
No, David's got the details written down.
Okay, so good. Guys, you've got a couple of things you're, I think, going to want to take action on as a result of that. The first one is Deb has offered the field appraiser position to Rachel Jackson. And that would be at 14.2783 per hour, which is an 8A. And I think we would need.
I'll make a motion that we hire her at that rate.
Second.
Move second, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, and the other thing also in the appraiser's office is Dustin Schuler has completed several classes and has the qualifications needed to move up the pay scale to an appraiser 3 position. And the appraiser 3 range starts at 16.6542 per hour, which is a 10A.
And this is an employee that we've had almost 2 years.
Right.
We tell them if they increase their classes and courses, which he's well on his way to getting at the top of the scale with everyone else, that we will increase their pay as their education goes up. So I'll make that motion that we increase that individual's pay to what level?
10A.
10A.
Second.
Move second, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, and then Gary, did you still have more things you were needing to go through today? We got that, and we need to talk about the Spark CARES Act funding. Those reports are due today, and we've got a few things that I wanted some guidance from the commission on before we finalize those reports, just to see what direction to go. We've got over half the committee here that's worked on that.
Waiting on us to get to that point, so.
So you want to, we're going to take care of Gary's stuff first? Or you want
I'm willing to wait if you want to do that
I think
first, because
Gary-
I've got mine's probably going to take 30, 40 minutes. Sorry.
You might want to be involved in this a little bit anyway, the
Yeah.
smart funding, so.
All right, so where do we start on the spark funding?
Okay, so, I think it'd be worth putting the form up on that first to let them see if there's any questions. That's the road up here, and I can use that air tame to hit it.
So effectively, we've got what, 1.9 some change of spark funding from the federal government in the form of a grant. And the committee was Mr. Bartlett, Mr. Brand, Mr. Martin, Ms. Coleman, myself. Who else? Oh, Jessica Hightower was here, but she's not available right now. So, I'm sorry, what?
Was Danny there for first meeting?
I was the very first
Andy?
one, yeah.
Oh, Danny. Oh, yeah.
We have a commissioner that sets in on a meeting each time.
And I was through most of the last 2 of them, so. Anyway, we had 1.9 and change.
All right, so I'm getting,
Based on per capita and
where I can put this up on the screen.
And face count.
case count, which were obviously pretty low on that scale as compared to some other counties. What did somebody like Miami or Johnson get?
Johnson had a little different arrangement on theirs. They had direct payments, but Miami, I think, was like 9 million, 7 million, yeah.
So was this 1.9 based off of like the
Population.
13 that we were at that one time, or when was it?
19th, I think, was the day.
And Jack was on this committee also. Jack Messer. Anyway, we received, request of actual direct expenditures from some of the communities and the schools. Southeast Mental Health in the county had some expenditures.
Maybe Chris's assistance here.
So the number one choice for the funding is to take care of county cost, right?
Well, I think it's probably Warren's going through how the logic was to take care of it. But no, I mean, at the end of it, there was, I don't know how to say that. I think there was some costs there that maybe everybody didn't agree with. It was from whatever entity that, then we went back and asked for justification of the cost, right? And invoices and some of those expenses.
I've completed 2 forms that we're going to need to send in to the state. There's a direct aid form and a reimbursement form. So this one, I don't know if you can see that well enough to tell what I'm doing here. But so our beginning allocation was $1,971,536. The way the forms are filled out right now, we're asking for reimbursements for $452,207.36. This would be expenses that either we or other qualifying taxing entities have had through July. Then we have requests.
COVID expenses.
Yeah, right, COVID expenses. We have additional requests in the direct aid forms for transfers to the schools, the city, SEK for $158,357.90. And on the county side, we've got another $1,467,551.50 in the form right now. That actually puts us over by $106,580.76. So we know we can't go over the 1.971 that we were given, which means we need to go back and cut some of the either reimbursements or requests for things in the future out of that to get us down to where we could come in on that budget. I sent an email out Friday, looking for the right one. That had some suggestions that were either given to me or some things I came up with where we could make some of those cuts. Trying to find where I have that at the moment. I have the actual file that I sent. I can open it.
David, those expenditures, are they the ones that were actually approved expenditures or the original list?
Well, that's kind of a combination. So this is what I sent out Friday. I think I know I sent it to the committee. I think I sent it to the commissioners also. Doug had told me maybe cut $30,000 off the health department building, which would take it down to $825. Originally, when we started talking about that, we were at $750,000, but it had gotten bumped up to $855. There was some money that we talked about in testing transportation on the test that sheriff people were doing, that we thought we might be able to cut some there if we have the machine that does the testing here. We're not having to run things back and forth. However, it may be close to the end of the year before we get that equipment. Public Works, payroll, again, this was suggestions given to me. Could cut some of the salary amount for COVID response out of there. On the reimbursement side, City of Pleasanton had put in their 3 payments to their city attorney for a total of $11,500 that we didn't feel like were legitimate COVID expenses. They were just the monthly attorney bills is what it looked like. So we thought those should be cut out.
He felt that way too.
Yeah.
Is Pleasanton that grant, is this ain't the same as the grant that they got, right?
No, this is different. City of Pleasanton also had quite a bit of salary for their police officers in there. There was a suggestion to cut some of that out. The amount I have there would be half of it coming out. Then on the direct aid part, we had told the City of Pleasanton we were only going to have $21,000 left for them. They submitted a new report or new request for direct aid that came out to $24,759. So we had in there cutting them back down to the $21,000 we told them we would have available. And then another suggestion that came in on that was we could cut some of the projects that were submitted by IT. They're not necessarily for the IT department. And then the bottom part of that was things more that I looked at in the forms. SEK Mental Health on the reimbursement. We didn't think there was a lot of backup for some of what they were doing, and I am actually still waiting on their resolution. I sent them a copy late last week saying get this back to me as soon as possible, because if they don't pass the resolution, we can't give them any money. And I don't know why they wouldn't pass it if they're wanting some of this. But we were thinking, or I was thinking, cut about half of what they requested on the reimbursement side. The bottom line on that was talking about their direct aid. We'd already cut that in the forms down to $1,300, so I wasn't subtracting anything else there. There was one line on the reimbursement form for sheriff for payroll and benefits that I didn't have tied to specific employees, and Kevin, jump in if I'm wrong on this, but when it started, you weren't really tracking it the same way you are now.
Well,
and you didn't have things readily available without disclosing some more information that we shouldn't disclose on patients, or?
Well, that's true. We do have a different tracking mechanism now, but what I would argue as far as the reimbursement is, it's truly dollars that we spent. I cannot put one person to the project because I use multiple persons in which to fulfill that obligation that we do. And you know what that money is for that's being cut out was on reimbursement.
Yeah.
So in that situation, I know what we've spent for the project. I just can't tell you every person who did it, because the situation starts with we get a telephone call to deliver groceries to somebody who is a COVID stricken or quarantined resident, or somebody who is in the high risk categories. So we deliver that. Now we have documentation of each and every person, but it's amongst about 20 different employees in the department who would have done that project. So I don't know how we break that down and, take 20 people and separate that all out. I object to the cutting of that money because it's truly funds that we spent. I also understand that we can't put one person's, I've just taken an average wage of my people, and that's what I've asked for in return. So.
And this is where I was coming from on that, is I don't think it will get approved that way without tying it to specific people. From the seminars or the webinars I've been in on, they're wanting people's names and actual numbers. So I'm afraid it's going to get kicked anyway, was why I was suggesting just taking that one out. Doesn't mean we have to. It was just a suggestion, but that was my reasoning behind it.
What do you think, based on what we know now as a group, can we reallocate those funds that were kicked?
Yes, if we get some things kicked out, we can do later reports to amend and ask for the funding. So I don't think it hurts anything if it does get kicked out. We just may need to go about it in a different way to get that funding, which may be then, Kevin, we might have to sit down and see if you can give me some names to put in or something where we can get it back. But pressed for the time we had to get this in, I didn't think we were probably going to get that done at this point anyway.
I understand, but as a committee person on this committee, I still object to the cutting of the funds. I don't know exactly how we do that, but there's other reasons that we'll speak to later. I'm certain that I can voice that complaint.
Yeah.
How did Pleasant, did they assist their police officers? Did they assist you, Kevin? Or, I mean, how are they related to the COVID expense? I mean, they have more than Kevin does, and I mean.
That'd be a question for Pleasant, and I can't answer. I can't answer to their.
But they didn't help with.
But you didn't call on them to assist with any of your department's COVID activities, did you?
Maybe once.
Okay.
What did they, I mean, what was their reasoning for the number they provided?
They say that their deputies, or they're not deputies, their officers were that either watching quarantine people or, I don't know, I mean, that's.
That wasn't my request of me.
They've submitted $9,264.75. They're showing it as additional personnel salaries and payroll, and that's the explanation we have.
Can we ask for more breakout and explanation, that's all we got, or?
Well, at one point, I asked about more on that, because what I had was some copies of timesheets that didn't have any information as to what they were doing at those times. It was just like copying the whole timesheet. Erica told me that the hours they submitted on that were just the ones that they were working on COVID response. But I know I don't have anything to really back that up. So there is more. If you didn't want to approve that, you could take twice as much out there as what I had in there. Besides that, they've got some expense for another individual on doing tests for them, but it's $30 a shot on that, and I think we talked about those and we thought that was reasonable. And then they've got various other things for cleaning, PPE, and the rest of the expenses looked reasonable anyway, and we already cut the attorney fees out. So let me just keep going down the list.
You're basically trying to trim the 106,000 back out of it, right?
Right.
Okay.
The other things I put in, and Tisha responded to me with an email this morning, was I wasn't sure if on two of our employees' salaries if we should be including it or not, because I wasn't sure that they were devoted to or dedicated to COVID response. And at the moment, I had their whole salaries in there, and with what she sent me, it should have been a very small amount on each of them. So I think we can't take a fair amount of that out, because what Tisha sent me was.
Because we track every minute of every day what my staff does.
No.
This grant, this grant, this grant, and this grant.
Yeah, and probably what I need Tisha to wrap that up would be the actual amount of time, not dollars, because I'm not using the same numbers for dollars you are, because I'm doing a loaded wage.
And that's fine, because I calculated, I mean, I have it all calculated out.
Yeah. So, but I think there's, okay, she told me $3,128 for Sue and $1,109 for Jody, so there's a little over 4,200 there between those two people. And what I've got in there at the moment on them, go back to the right form.
And that does not include the benefit portion of it.
Right.
Yeah. So I can give you that out.
So let's get back to where they are in this. So right now I've got, there's just on Jody, I've got over 11,000 in there. And on Sue, I've got 19,500. So 19,500 down to the number you gave me for Sue, or a little more than that with benefits. Probably gonna be cutting 15,000 out there, and Jody's is gonna be down to probably 1,500 instead of the amount that's in there, which is 11.5 or 11.1. So there's close to 10,000 there. So there's probably 25,000 to cut between those two employees. And that, I mean, seems very reasonable to do something of that type. Like I said, back to Kevin's, I have no problem with leaving that 3280 in there. That's not the only payroll expenses for sheriff that we had in. That was just the ones I wasn't tying to a person. If it gets kicked out, we have a chance to amend our forms, so I think we could go back then and look at tying that to people or doing something to get that money.
Well, I fully understand where we're at on making cuts here, but I also think that it's also important to understand the reason why we're making cuts. We have a project that is included in these Spark funds that is growing at an enormous rate. Personally, I believe we need to do something with our health department. Our public health department it's ridiculous in the building that we're operating in. I fully agree that we need to do something, but we've taken a project that started out at $750,000. It climbed to $855,000, and now there's a new amount that it's climbing to in the over $1 million range in that category. And I think that we are cutting funds for projects where we ask for reimbursement, and we're also cutting funds for projects where we're asking for what we're going to do. We've made projects from what we're going to do to August 1st until December 31st, if that's the date, which I believe it is, and we're putting in an enormous amount of money to one project, and we're cutting projects that people have actually been out there doing. For instance, when my deputies take a test to Topeka to benefit our citizens and get back faster test results, we're doing that for our citizens. It's truly things we're doing. And I've asked for reimbursement for those situations, and we want to cut that so we can build a building. And I have a problem with where the scope of that project is going, because I feel like we need to reel that in a little bit and pay for what we truly are doing or have already done. And it's just getting outside of the scope of what we can afford to do. Our county is trying to benefit those who have truly gone out and done the work. And we're looking at a project that may be unrealistic to get done in a time frame that we're going to be put under. So if this building's built today, it has to be done by December 31st and occupied. I don't know if that is a realistic project in which to keep in the goal of projects here. I just don't know where that's going to stand. So why would we try to go out and do something that's unrealistic? Our health department needs to be updated. I fully agree with that. I just don't know. There's kind of twofold to that project, and it's kind of two steps. And I'd let Commissioner Page speak to that, because he has a lot more insight on that deal. But to me, it's frustrating, because this is a payback for what people have done and what we are going to do. And then when me, as representing the Sheriff's Department on this committee, when I know the money that we're spending, I asked for $39,000 based on what we did from the start of COVID until August 1st. And I know what our department has done. We've tracked that. But the problem is now we're wanting to cut some of those funds for a project that we don't know if we can get done in time or not.
We know we can't get it done by December 3rd.
And to me, that's an unrealistic goal, and I'm frustrated with it, because I know what we've done. I'm not asking to buy new patrol cars because we drove the patrol cars to get the test. I'm asking to just get reimbursed mileage for what we truly did, and money that was spent out of our budget, whether it's vehicle repairs or whether it was fuel to get there, those are the dollars I'm asking for. I'm asking for wages and mileage in that program. So to me, it's rather frustrating, and it's not real popular with some people to stand up here and put these frustrations out. I don't want to affect Tisha Coleman's health department. I want to see it made better. That might be a realistic project, but I would let Commissioner Page speak to the rest of that building project, because I just feel there's some unrealistic thoughts there.
I think you got some valid points, and it sounds like you have some of the same concerns as some of the other committee members. This is an advisory board to the commission on how this funding is used, and I don't disagree with that whatsoever. Now, we've discussed that the money is a grant, 100% grant money, and there are some things in the community that we could utilize to get us started. And I think we agree with that. I had to leave early at that last 10 or 15 minutes, and I think there was originally around $750,000 that was allocated for the project, and then another 105 maybe went toward it, which I was amazed. I was in awe when the numbers shook out that there was that kind of money to address those concerns. I know initially we were talking about $160,000 expenditure for a facility and maybe expansion of maybe $100,000 with remodel and some things like that. So you are correct. I don't think there's any way by the time this funding gets approved in mid-September that there's hardly could be anything more than shelled in a small project. That there is, just so everybody's aware, there is a more than likely opportunity that date is going to be extended several months. My fail-safe situation here, my comfort level is based on there is a safety net. You're not going to put these monies back to another community that you then or all the rest of us are going to pay taxes to support in a different community. So I think we're tasked to put this money to work here. In the event they don't extend that deadline, in the event that the money can't be spent, we can reallocate those funds within the community to a different entity and make that happen. Now I think that obviously I think our comfort level is we're probably going to pull it away from that. I assume whatever you went through here, I'm sorry I didn't bring my glasses this morning, but whatever funding, we're down to what, 60,000 or?
On what we need.
Well, we were trying to pinch out 105,000.
Yeah, 105, 106 is what we need to cut out. I mean, if we took that project alone back down to the 750 that we had to start with, we could ignore making any other cuts. Now, I do think, like I say with Tisha and I talked about her, two of our employees, we've got more in there than we should have on them right now.
I think those are cuts that are obvious.
I think those I need to do. As for like the 3280 I have in there, Kevin's, we leave that in. I mean, I'm not saying cut it out, it was just a suggestion. And I think we'll have the opportunity to explain that further if they don't like it the way it's in there now. The SEK mental health, that was one I think we all questioned quite a bit if they really needed what they asked for in that.
What was the amount they asked for?
They've got two parts. They've got a reimbursement and a direct aid. On the reimbursement portion, they've got $9,438.35. Most of that, or there's a lot of cleaning supplies, PPE in there, but there's not a lot of information to work with on. Yeah, all they've got is this is 1/6 of the expenditure will be split over all their counties evenly.
Can we all say as a group or as a committee we would agree with that type of logic, take out some obvious expenditures and remove the rest of it back from that building project and move forward? Is that reasonable?
I'm giving a very vague opinion. You know, can we just, for now, just pull all that funding for the building out, get everything else that's most important dealt with, you know, make the obvious cuts. And my personal opinion is, I think, what did the schools ask for?
Okay, the schools on the transfer or the direct aid or reimbursement or both or?
Just, yeah, both, I
That
guess.
gets way into depth. Were you at that first meeting, or?
Yeah, I was at the very first one, yeah, but no.
Pleasanton School asked for $31,866 on direct aid for the rest of the year, and we were not proposing cutting anything from that request. That was reasonable. On their reimbursement side, they had $54,113. We did not make any cuts to that. The reimbursement's the part that's already gone through July of this year. Jayhawk 346 only asked for $4,900 on the reimbursement. Prairie View asked for $11,000 on the reimbursement. We left all that part alone. On the direct aid going forward, like I said, we left Pleasanton's request alone because it was 31. We went back and asked Prairie View and Jayhawk to cut down to about $50,000 each, is what we thought we had available for them. Jayhawk sent us a new request, requesting exactly the $50,000. Prairie View sent one for $49,912. To get back to their original request, I need to open another file here because that's what I put in that one. So Jayhawk cost projection. I think that may be their original. Let's see what it is.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but aren't schools getting some funding, or they're discussing getting some funding?
There's supposed to be some more funding coming up. Yeah, here's the original request from...
Directly to the schools, right?
Yes, directly to the schools.
Jayhawk's original request was $188,000. And we were cutting that down to $50,000 that we told them we'd have available. Prairie View. So their direct aid original request was $284,000. After we asked them, or told them that we thought we'd have 50 available and asked them to prioritize, they came back with the $49,000 that they needed. But this is why we're back here now, is I've got all this stuff entered in the form, and now we're asking, okay, Commissioner, what do we want to do? Because these forms have got to be in today.
Well, just to add for Danny's question, there was also temperature monitors that I submitted that were for the schools.
Right.
So, because the projects that I submitted, none of those were for IT. I'm just the one that submitted them. 2 of them for district court, the rest of them were for the county as a whole.
With the safety net available, you're going to be able to, if, say, one of these deadlines doesn't get extended, you're going to be able to reallocate some of those funds, most likely to the schools. But I think the general inclination is kind of what Kevin explained, is maybe that project is larger than we're anticipating to fund as a committee, because right now we're an advisory committee to the commission. And so I guess what I'm looking for is a direction. Is that a fair assessment of what you guys think needs to be done? We need to pare back the project to fund everything except for the obvious things that we can take out of it, such as district payroll.
But you're still considering potentially looking at the health department building?
Well, I think so. I
do feel that's really important.
No, yeah, definitely. Yeah. I mean, I've been in their office. I know what they're working out of. And so, I mean, if we cover all the expenses that we think is necessary, cut the ones that we think we can, how much money do we look at we can maybe put towards the health department project? Can we, I mean, not to put you on the back burner, but can we just take care of the expenses and then we say, hey, this is how much money we have left over for this project? And we got to make it
right now around 750 to 775.
Yeah, I mean, it's really, it depends on what you want to cut out and what you consider are the unnecessary expenses, and that's kind of why we're back in here. Is which way do we want to go with some of that?
So if you let the building project in right now, we know it's probably impossible to do with the rules right now, with what Doug wanted. So if you took it completely out, or you obligated some of that money for something else, then there would just be money left over. It's not left over because
right. If
We don't use it, we don't
by-
have to spend it just because we have it. We can just let it go back.
If we started by taking that project completely out, we do not have enough other requests from anyone, all added together, to come up with the total amount that we were granted.
That's what I'm saying, is take care of all the expenses and then put the money, whatever's left over, so when we're not over budget, towards the building project and see what we can do. I mean, surely we can make that.
I get that, but then we really need to delve into what's a necessary expense and what's not, even more than we have so far, because, like I said, the difference on 2 of the schools alone is another $350,000, that when we went back to them and said, we're only gonna have about 50, they both cut right down to that range. So do they need that? Is that a necessary expense? I don't know. I mean, that's a decision someone needs to make.
I think even outside of necessary expenses, some of those expenses that we looked at and reviewed absolutely were not for direct aid to COVID-related issues.
Mm-hmm.
So I think probably a lot of the reimbursements, those are the most honest numbers,
Yeah.
because we know what we've spent. We can look back on that and track those things. So those reimbursements are probably pretty important. But when we're talking about the projects moving forward, it seems like to me that some folks, wanted to pad those projects for infrastructure for their current facility or their city or whatever entity they're from. When we first looked at SEK's numbers, I think they were asking for $170,000 moving forward. Well, I mean, my department is actively working COVID stuff. We do all kinds of projects. Tish's department is absolutely working all kinds of projects. But their numbers were bigger than ours. And, I don't know what skin they have in the game moving forward. But I know there was people that wanted us to reimburse them for their monthly attorney's fees or for things to set on the shelf to back up other situations. That is not direct aid. And here's the deal. The federal government passes money to the state and the state passes it to the county. We're going to pay for this in the end, whether we spend it or not. As a taxpayer, we're going to pay these funds back in some way. Our county should maximize on this. I firmly believe we ought to spend the money that was given to us, because if we don't, it's going to go somewhere else. And we're going to be paying for their projects through our tax dollars. But the problem is we can't have one project that causes our reimbursements to get cut. That's not fair, because we have done that work. Moving forward, I've asked for my projects to pay for things like grocery delivery, delivery of quarantine notices, transport and test. Tish's machine that they're going to be able to buy may be able to cut some of that out. But we don't know when we're going to get that thing. So all we're doing is guessing as to that. But some of this stuff that people threw in there is not direct aid. It's that stuff that they want that they couldn't afford under their own infrastructure or their own budget. Not our fault. We got to look at what's direct aid. We need to spend the money because we're going to pay for it if somebody else spends it. That's just how it rolls. I don't like it, but that's the truth. So I think we got to move forward with that. The problem is we have put a lot of time and a lot of dollars into a project that probably isn't doable. Not under today's rules. Rules could change tomorrow. But I think we got to look hard at this, and realistically, if that project, if you could do that scope of the project for building the health department, the EOC, and all that stuff, and that could fall in that $750,000 range, that's probably pretty cool. But we still got to fund what we've done with this money. That's the reason for the money. That's my opinion.
Don't disagree. You? Okay. You?
I just think the health department, I think the two-phase approach is fine. Phase one, because Tisha, I mean, you guys know, but I work in there with her, and everybody, that building's rough, and it's just causing them.
We've been working steadily on it. I mean, we talk about it all the time.
But
So.
I do not think 750, I think that's too high.
I would like to take care, you know, if there's stuff in here that you don't think's even gonna get approved, let's go ahead and take it out now. If people didn't get you what you wanted, when you asked for it, go ahead and remove it. I mean, if it's a question, if you think that it's not gonna fly with the rule makers, then maybe we should cut it now, see where we're at.
Well, and I think we've attempted to do that, right? That's how we went back and asked for justification on expenditures. We've asked for backup on documentation on several things. So this process has already took place to a point. Now, in the level that we can and the time that we've had to work with that, right, as a committee. So that's already took place. The saving grace, the safety net, if you will, is we have to do this paperwork this afternoon. We have to determine what that is, get it in, and then we can amend the process. Next week if we want it, is that right?
Well, we probably wait until we get this approved or not and see where we are, which may take a month.
So, I mean.
But I have no choice but to get those forms in today, or we're gonna pay all this back and not use any of it.
So I would say we go in kind of with whatever the obvious deductions are, and then we would move forward like it is, and then plan on taking this time to amend anything if we need to.
So Gary, if we left the building project and they're assuming that we're supposed to have it done, then, right? And moved in.
Under the current rules, that's
Under
the
the current
presumption.
rules. So what happens if we don't?
We amend the project.
If the rules don't change,
We started the project and we don't get done.
Well,
You
I
can't start it.
guess I'm jumping in, you're talking to Gary, but I think if we don't get it approved, we don't even start the project.
Right.
And we should know that within the next month, and we should also know if they're gonna extend the deadline or not.
I would say they're gonna know whether the deadline will be extended by the time you know if the project's approved. And I would recommend not beginning the project unless you know before you start that you've got ample time to do it. So what you would do in that case is reallocate the funds.
So where are we at right now with, you taking the obvious out, how much are we still over?
Well, I have some calculating to do on some of those payroll ones, because I need to know how many hours we're talking about on the two dishes. But overall, we were over by 105, 106,000. That's the simplest thing, is knock that much out of that building and get us.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Where we go. I mean, that takes it back down to about 750, maybe a little over by the time I do some more calculations on that. But that's the kind of decision I was looking to you guys for, because like I said, we've been working on this, we've been emailing, I've spent a week and a half doing nothing but entering all this data to get it in there to even see where we are. And I was still trying to wrap that up Friday to know what kind of numbers we were dealing with. So.
Can we just say there's $500,000 in the, or 600, whatever, in the building project, and then make sure we're covering everything else, and then we come back later on and.
Well, do you want to just knock it down far enough to get us down to?
I do, and then we'll amend it if we need to. What's your
Or
recommendation?
do we want to?
I think, I mean, personally, that's what I would do. I'd get it right.
Because we can change, so you're saying we can change everything once it comes back, right?
Yeah, they had told us, they've been doing webinars twice a week, nothing but this funding in the forms. And they have repeatedly said there will be opportunities to amend your forms.
In a way, what you're putting in now are placeholders.
They are, but we've got to show now that we are saying, yes, we're going to use all the funding, because if not, we're going to go ahead and have to pay some of it back right off the top.
Okay.
So we've got to get it in there, or we have to pay it back. And then at the end of all this, if we don't spend it all, even after we've told them we're going to, we're going to have to pay back what we don't spend. So as we go, I think we're going to want to keep amending. Now, whether those amendments go to another county project, to a school, to a city, I have not heard anything that says you can't amend between entities on it. The money is granted to the county, and it's up to us basically to administer this round of funding. The later rounds 2 and 3 they're talking about are going to run through the state, and we won't have to worry about it. People will apply directly to them for it, which will be wonderful, in my opinion.
And David, correct me if I'm wrong, but those projects or additional staff support and things like that, when we ask for that direct aid portion, we have to explain that that's what it's for.
Right.
I mean, we can't just say, if I'm the health department, that, let's pretend I'm not doing anything with COVID, but I really am, and I just want $50,000 just because I don't want to take it out of this budget or something like that. I have to prove
And
where
it's not
that
for
is,
items that were already
what that's
budgeted.
for.
And
it's just not gonna say, give me a check, thanks.
Right.
And we're going to have to do additional reports every month showing what we have spent. So like the report we're doing now on the reimbursement, which that one I think is ready to go. If we want to leave it alone, I can just sign it and send it. But I have another report that we do in the middle of September that shows what was actually spent from August 1st to August 31st. We don't even have the forms to put that report on yet because they said it'll be different than the first reimbursement report. So hopefully soon they'll get that to us. But just because we said we were going to spend $80,000 in August on PPE, I'm going to have to show what we actually spent in the middle of September before we can even pay it back to the funds we spent it out of. Because right now, all this money is sitting in a separate fund and in a separate bank account. Until we get this approved, we're not touching any of it.
We have the funding, it's not
Yeah,
if we get the
money's
funding.
here.
We have to reimburse if we don't spend it.
I think we can take care of the money issue. I mean, with it, we can spend it, I think.
Well, yeah, but we just want to make sure that we're submitting.
Maximize the,
Let's be real.
Our legitimate expenses that are going to be approved.
and don't get me wrong, the expenditures of what you're doing is we gotta cover that. Kevin pointed out very soundly, the expenditures are there, we gotta spend that money. The second part of it is what do we want to do? What do you want to be looking at in 5 years from now is one of the things that kind of jazzed me about the health department and or any other facilities that we can afford. That might be a facility that would be here for 50 years, that'd be utilized, rather than maybe a computer that's going to be outdated in 3 or 2. You know, so, and I'm not saying that these aren't worthy projects, I'm not saying that servers aren't necessary, I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying, wow, if we could actually get a health department we've been working on for 5 years and get it expanded, or maybe get it, you know, but that's getting a little stretchy with the timeline we have to work with. I gotta believe that's gonna, I mean, common sense, it will prevail, and we're gonna get a little more time to work some of those things out. But I agree with you, right? And we all sit here and say, well, anytime it's a waste of taxpayers' money, it's a tax. I mean, we've disgusted some people by saying that, but whether it's state or federal or local tax dollars, but the bottom line is that grant money has been set aside to do that. Linn County didn't use all theirs. Here you go, Johnson County, go ahead and spend. You've got an extra $2 million to spend. That, oh, Tisha, your tax dollars are going to be reduced this year because you didn't spend all that in Linn County. No, they're not. No, they're not. And so it's up to us to be as effective we can with this funding and utilize it in the community. I agree with that wholly. And there is a good argument there, but I think in the net of the long term, we're not going to get a reduced tax levy because we didn't spend it. Somebody's going to be put in another direction. Or they're not going to put it in against a budget that's going to be reallocated to another community. And I'm sorry that the grant structure works that way, but that's the way I believe it works. And I think we all kind of know that if we work at it. So anyway.
As long as we don't get caught with the building, the problem.
Well, I don't think we can. Gary's right. We can't put ourselves in a position where we're going to get hung with $300,000 into something that's not reimbursable or deemed reimbursable. We will have to verify.
But I think that in the end of the day, if we allocate money towards the health department, we can put money toward it to make it a better place for you. I mean, at the end of the day.
And I think that's a given. I think that part's simple, and we're all motivated to do that, and how much we can do toward expanding those facilities into additional space and storage and EOC and all that is the if part of that. But I was ecstatic that you guys produced $750,000 and $855 in that first meeting. I thought, wow, that's cool. But there were some other calculations that had to come through, and I think it's probably not unreasonable. I mean, that's still a lot of money. It ain't going to get us a grand slam, but it's going to get us it's triple, so let's put it to work. And the safety net is that we don't get this right in the next 10 minutes, we got another run at it. We can
So David, what do you need now?
probably a motion to approve that we take the additional.
I don't know if I really need
You don't need anything?
anything other than just
Concurrence?
advice.
Because right now, you're just submitting a report.
Right.
Okay.
But I did not feel comfortable signing off on this without at least talking to you and see what direction you wanted to go. Because we were getting some differences of opinion on the committee on how we should go on this stuff.
I don't think it would be all inappropriate to have a motion on record saying that you agree with this report. As David
As we've discussed it,
As David
with
prepared.
remove some money. Does the steering committee or the advisory committee agree with in general, where we're at on this? We're gonna pull some money back out of that building project and fund what we need to, and I agree with that, so. Okay, I'll make that motion.
I'll second that motion. Moving second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, before we get completely away from that, let me make sure I know what we're talking about and get your motion in there. So I'm thinking right off the bat to look at this and not take out those expenses I have with Kevin's for the reimbursement. The SEK mental health, I still think we'd probably be okay taking some of their reimbursement requests out without more documentation than they gave us, because they really didn't give us much. The health department, like I said, there's a fair amount of just those two lines that's going to come out. But I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure where I'm going here on some of it still.
Pleasanton Police Department.
Pleasanton, we already cut their attorney fees. Do we want to just reimburse half of what they put in there for officers on the reimbursement, or do we want to go all out?
Well, let's assume that we went in there and said, okay, that we're gonna reimburse this, but before we do, there's more justification we're going to have to do, or is that even a practical?
Well, again, I think we could cut some of it out now and ask for more to prove
I like that
the
idea.
reimbursement before we give them any money, because we're not sending any money out to anybody yet.
That's what the committee was, I mean, honestly, we kept asking for more information.
Right.
Everybody in the committee, and I don't know if we got it.
If you don't get it, I'm okay with that.
You could require any documentation you want to
Yeah.
require.
Okay, so I think I can make some cuts that will make it work then with that, and we'll, other than a couple of the obvious things, like I say, Tish already gave me those two employees, how much it should have been. If you get me hours, I can get numbers to that. And then I will just make up the difference, have a building project, get it submitted, and we can go from there. But say, I've got to get it in today, there's no question on that.
Kevin, are you comfortable with your numbers?
As submitted, they are.
Those are our real numbers. I mean, I'm not asking for anything more than we've done. And moving forward, I believe those are going to be our real numbers. I'm not asking for tires for a car or anything like that, or a whole car. I just need to be able to pay my people as to where we are. And here's the deal: at the end of the year, if my budget, if I've drawn $100,000 out of COVID funds and we put that back into the general fund, and my budget is $40,000 over, I can always look back and say, dear Commissioner, you remember when we brought in $100,000 of COVID funds that we documented to get the dollars. And that would be my fear, is that we could run over or something due to this. We don't know what's between now and December 31st. So, we planned for 3 trips a week to go to Topeka and take our people's tests. I'm getting 4 and 5 trips a week right now. And those are the hard numbers. I've just got an email from Lacey at the health department that says, got one for you today. So, and I'll get another one tomorrow, I'm sure. So I'm just trying to project moving forward where we're at on money.
Is that the only way we have to do that?
Handle and
Or
drive
to
them
get
up
a
there.
quicker turnaround.
We could mail them, but then
Okay.
the turnaround would be,
The difference that we're seeing right now on return? What do you see in our return as to what we're getting compared to what other communities are getting?
Well, we've got, I mean, we'll send, like, for the ones we take, the ones we take today, we'll have results tonight.
Oh, really?
Are you driving a patrol car up there?
And for the KDHE testing, he's taken some in an afternoon, and I've got them the next day.
Some other communities, I've had other sheriffs ask me, why do you do this? Because we get our results back really quick. It makes things like the tracing move faster.
Because if you don't, I mean, the contact tracing and notification of someone that's positive is the fact that we then, because you can become symptomatic within 2 days of being exposed. And so if Kevin has COVID and I've been exposed and we don't get results on him for 7 to 10 days because it's gone to a private lab, then even if we've attempted to contact trace, those people don't know that he was positive, and so it creates a huge ordeal. Meaning everybody that's been exposed is now out in our community, then now they become symptomatic and or contagious, and then we're spreading it again. And so I truly do feel that it has made a huge difference in how we are handling our cases and keeping our numbers lower. Because we're, like I said, we're getting results. I mean, KDHE testing is probably 2 to 3 days at the max. The Senate testing that we're doing, we're getting within 24 hours.
In fairness, as a community, it's not a secured trip, is it? I mean, it's not like the sheriff's department's the only one that could make this trip. We could, if I was willing to volunteer my time, I could do that. Is that right?
I believe so.
As well as our.
I mean, it's the thing. I mean, probably because we can put it through the mail. Like with measles, when we did the measles, it would cost us about $50 to $60 per box to send out, and then the turnaround time was, I mean, we would collect it, it would go out hopefully before 11, and then it would get there the next day, and then it would have to run another 8 hours on the testing machine, and so it was a delay in results.
Okay. So
Whereas now we're getting faster results.
When we take a test, we walk it right into the lab and hand it to the technician who opens the box. That's how it goes right now. There are other systems that we could utilize, but we're seeing other counties with 20-day turnaround results. The quarantine's already over, and 3 or 4 days later, the subject sitting at home gets a result. If we handle this and take it to the lab, and we get a test result tomorrow or even the next day, and it could be a negative result, that could then end that quarantine process.
And they can go back to work.
So we're saving our citizens many days of quarantine by doing it the way we're doing it.
And I agree with the way you're doing it. I was just hoping maybe we could find you some relief on it.
And commissioners, trust me, it is a pain in the rear, but for what it's doing for our people, I feel it's necessary. And if we're getting reimbursement for it through these COVID funds, it's a pretty good way to run the system.
Which is all boils down to the whole purpose of me asking for the equipment to do the testing. Was if we can provide, take them, I mean, if we can take them off the roads and traveling for all of that, or anybody for that matter, and we can do it here in our own county, then let's do that. Because it's for the betterment of our people. It's for disease containment.
And that was the reason we went ahead and stepped into that before this funding was here, because we want to get you in front of the wait list on what could potentially happen when this funding does land. And I don't know whether we helped it or not, but it sounds like it's a 90-day event. But I think for the purpose of time, we're all, as a committee, advising the commission like we did, and we've already made that motion. Do you need anything more from us?
Well, here's what I just typed in, because I was trying to listen to everybody and type in, approve the submission of spark funding reports with adjustments to the building project and other obvious items to bring the funding within limits. Is that good enough for now?
That was good to me.
I think
That's what I said.
Yep. And who was the second on that? Because we've already been through.
I was. Danny.
Manny, okay. All right, well, that will get me at least where I can get the reports turned in today.
It's an age-old argument of grants and how they operate and they work, and I really see both points of that argument, but I land on the side of we get monies that we've already spent or are going to spend to work in our community, then we need to be working toward those. Just like every grant you get, we could say, well, you don't want those grants, we'll just tax the ad valorem tax system and put it to work here, because the level of service is gonna most likely be there, whether, depending on whether we get grant funding or not.
So with that, Gary's got several things he said.
Well, I'm down to maybe a couple. I've been sorting them off there. I'm down to a couple that I really gotta touch base with.
Jack's got one deal on one of the people we hired, we've used the wrong wage. So I think we need to make a new motion on that to correct it. So for Donnie Snyder, it should have been 8I, which is 1521.81 per hour. Is that correct?
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
Move and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Is it 8I? What was it? 8I?
8I.
So how long, Gary? 20?
I think I can do this in 20 minutes.
Bet you can
We're trying
now.
to go 25.
So this is,
I'll make a motion, we go into, go ahead. Executive session legally for 20 minutes, Mr. Thompson.
Second. Move second, all in favor?
All right.
Hey, Kevin. Yeah. Not old Blacker should be called that. Can you give him these keys when he shows up?
I don't know what it would be.
That 20 feet out there, is that miscalculation or were you taking that?
I'll have to look at it.
Yeah, okay. They used the wrong, my figures were wrong initially. Your figures are usually wrong, I found out. Well, our.
I was just getting ready to say that.
I'm on lunch. I will call you later for any action. So,
All right, let's do something or not do something.
Easy.
Got anything else, Dana?
I don't.
You go through any quarantine states?
They're all up.
Are they?
She just didn't stop at him.
August the 11th seems to have been the date to pull off the quarantine.
The
wasn't it?
11th, yeah, and Florida is 2 days took off, and then they just added mass gatherings.
They took Florida off.
Added
as a-
what?
Mass gatherings of 500 or more.
Did you go up through Arkansas, Memphis?
Yeah.
Did I, no, we did not go to.
That's the.
Okay. Have a good
Glad you
day.
got
Have a
some
good day.
time off.
Huh?
Glad you got some time
Did you go?
off.
Did you go to that hangout place I was telling you about? It was pretty cool, wasn't it?
Cool place ever.
It is nice. I want to make. I
It was, and you could definitely socially distance. It was nice.
Sure.
You go see Captain Kenny?
We did not. We did not. See you later.
See ya. Well,
David, you got anything else?
No.
well, that'll make a
Nope.
motion that we adjourn.
I'll second that motion.
Move and second, all in favor.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, aye, aye.